is a continent of different individuals, tribes, languages, and even destinies. Every African country is unique in its own way, with something that sets it apart from the others. Today, on the uniqueness of Africa, we take a look at Chad. Chad, located in north-central Africa, is a land of extremes and quiet resilience. What makes Chad truly unique is its extraordinary geographical and ecological contrast. Stretching from the harsh Sahara Desert in the north to fertile savannas and wetlands in the south. One of its most remarkable features is Lake Chad, once one of Africa's largest freshwater lakes. Though it has shrunk dramatically over the decades due to climate change and overuse, it remains a vital lifeline for over 30 million people across Chad, Nigeria, Niger, and Cameroon. But Chad's uniqueness goes even deeper. It is one of the most linguistically diverse countries in Africa, with over 120 local languages spoken, despite a relatively small population. French and Arabic are the official languages, but the diversity reflects its deep ethnic and cultural complexity. Chad is also home to Zakuma National Park, a conservation success story in Central Africa. Once plagued by poaching, the park has rebounded and is now a sanctuary for elephants, lions, giraffes, and rare birds, showcasing the country's ecological richness. In the Enedi Plateau in northeastern Chad lies another treasure, a UNESCO World Heritage Site filled with ancient rock formations and prehistoric cave art, some dating back 7,000 years. These natural cathedrals in the desert tell stories of early human life long before modern civilization reached the region. In terms of identity, Chad is where Arab and Black African cultures blend, creating a unique socio-cultural fusion seen in its clothing, cuisine, languages, and traditions. Despite economic challenges and regional instability, Chad remains a country of untapped beauty, resilience, and cultural depth. It is a land where survival meets strength and where the desert holds not just sand, but stories. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Chad, the bridge between the desert and diversity. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
A new generation of Nigerian artists is breathing life back into the age-old craft of bead making, a tradition that has adorned the necks, wrists, and waists of Nigerian women for centuries. Beads have always held a significant place in Nigerian culture, symbolizing wealth, status, and identity. In ancient times, they were used as currency and were integral in various rites of passage from birth to marriage. However, with the advent of modernity, the demand for traditional bead making dwindled as imported jewelry and contemporary fashion took center stage. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye will explore the noticeable resurgence in the popularity of beads, fueled by renewed interest in African heritage and craftsmanship. This revival is not merely a nostalgic nod to the past, but a vibrant contemporary movement that blends tradition with modern fashion trends. Artisans are at the forefront of this revival, infusing new life into beadwork by incorporating innovative designs that appeal to today's fashion-conscious consumers. Their collections, which range from bead necklaces to bold statement earrings, have found their way into the collections of top Nigerian designers and onto the necks of celebrities, musicians, actors, actresses, and socialites, both at home and abroad. One of the driving forces behind this resurgence is the growing pride in African identity. As more Nigerians embrace their cultural roots, there is a rising demand for fashion that reflects this heritage. Beads, with their deep cultural significance, are the perfect medium for expressing this identity. They are no longer seen as relics of the past, but symbols of a proud and vibrant culture. Moreover, the bead industry has benefited from the global shift towards sustainable and ethical fashion. Consumers are increasingly seeking products that are not only stylish, but also environmentally friendly and socially responsible. Handmade beads, often crafted from locally sourced materials, fit this trend perfectly. Thus, the artisanal nature of beadwork ensures that each piece is unique, telling a story of the hands that made it and the culture it represents. This renewed interest in beadwork has also had significant economic implications. Small-scale artisans and bead makers, many of whom are women, are finding new opportunities to market their products both locally and internationally. The rise of online platforms and social media has made it easier for these artisans to reach a broader audience.
It is a very beautiful afternoon, the 24th day in the month of August 2026, and I'm excited to welcome you to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. I'm your host, Sarah Obuswanta. Welcome to the program. Now, across Africa, a new generation is changing the way we live, work, spend, and think about the future. They're building businesses, pursuing professional careers, investing in property, traveling, sending their children to private schools, consuming new products, and demanding new services. Now, they are often described as Africa's growing middle class, but behind that label is a much more complicated reality. For many Africans, incomes may be rising, but so are the cost of food, housing, education, transportation, and health care. People may be earning more, yet still feel financially stressed. And while Africa is increasingly described as a major emerging consumer market, there is a deeper issue beneath the numbers. What does economic progress actually look like in the everyday life of an African? Today on Just Africa, we're taking a closer look at Africa's middle class, its ambitions, its pressures, and its importance to the continent's economic future. And we're going to be talking about so many beautiful things on the program today. That's just a brief intro into our conversation today, and our guest will be joining us in a moment. But before we continue, let's go on a short break. We'll be back to proceed with the conversation. To stay with us.
Ever wondered about the heartbeat of Africa? It's in its music and dance. From the ancient rhythms of the djembe to the vibrant moves of gumboot dancing, African cultures express stories, history, and community through incredible artistic traditions. Each beat tells a tale, each step a celebration. Discover the diverse sounds that unite and define communities across the continent. This is more than entertainment, it's a living heritage. What's your favorite African rhythm? Share in the comments. Just Africa Insights, SOUQ News Television.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself: agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Some people hear the sound of wood being cut and they think stress, dust, wahala. They say, abeg, who won't suffer with saw and hammer? To them, woodworking is messy, tiring, and just not worth the trouble. But others, they see something else. They see polished tables, handcrafted shelves, stylish stools. They see beauty, value, and serious money. Because yes, cutting wood may be tough, but the hustle can turn into pure profit. My name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cash Craft, where we show you how every skills can become money-making ventures. Today, we are talking woodworking, from basic tools to beautiful designs, and how to turn timber into treasure. Now, let's cut into it. Step 1. Pick your project. Before you saw your first board, ask yourself, what do you want to build? Furniture, shelves, decorative wall panels, or maybe customized kitchen boards. Start small. A simple stool or bookshelf can teach you the basics and still fetch good money. Let's move to step 2. Tools, timber, and a plan. You don't need a massive workshop to start. Basic tools like a measuring tape, hand saw, drill, clamps, and sandpaper will do. Choose durable wood like teak, mahogany, or poplar for long-lasting products. And don't forget the blueprint. Sketch a project or download free woodworking plans online. A clear-cut list saves you time, wood, and costly mistakes. Let's move to step 3. Cut, build, finish. Measure twice, cut once. That's the golden rule. Then assemble carefully. Use wood glue and screws for strong joints. Once it's built, sand smooth and apply a finished varnished wax. Or
welcome back. This is still Just Africa on SOUQ News Television, and today we're talking about the African middle class. And I already gave a brief introduction, and I have my guest live with me in the studio in person of Adeni Ifetayo, publisher, Megastar Magazine. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
It's my pleasure to be here.
Right. Yeah. You joined us last week all the way from Canada, but it's nice to have you live with us in the studio.
Back at home. No place like home.
No place like home. Very true. Yeah. You know, we're talking about the African middle class today. You know, beyond the numbers, we see that a lot of people sometimes don't even know the category they fall.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
So when we hear middle class, what exactly does that look like in the African community?
Yeah, let me use this sample maybe so that it will help them make sense out of it. You know, there's a pyramid of wealth. At the very bottom, we have those who occupy that very bottom. They call them those who are in financial crisis.
Okay.
Yes, those are the people that urgent 2K, 1K. If they don't get 1K in a day, they can't. So they are in financial crisis. So then the above that is those people who are regarded as those who are in financial instability. Okay. So they work, maybe they earn 100K per month or 70K per month, but their take-home cannot take them home. Before month end, they borrow 50,000. So they are just trying, barely surviving. So then the above that, which we can say maybe financially stability. They are not rich, they are not poor. They can, their ambitions, they know what is going on. They want to get quality for African prices. So that are the middle class that, yes, they are, you know, they have their side hustle despite whatever it is that is bringing them monthly income. They just want to measure up. They are tired of being a local champion. They see what their peers are doing in the Western world. So they just want foreign quality things for African prices. So if you are in that range, and I think those are the middle class, they are not poor, but you can't say they are rich, but they are somehow comfortable. So
how exactly will you define the middle class beyond income or spending power?
When it comes to income, we can say they are not satisfied with what they have. They want to earn more. They want to have a side hustle. They want to measure up. You know, when you say there's a latest this phone in town now, they want to trade in to get another one, hard money and all of that, just to show that they measure up, that they belong. They are the set of people that have that purchasing power, you know, in millions. But what an organization or whatever it is needs to do is to understand their language, is to bring it locally, is to give them price variation, you know, so that you don't just come up and say, I'm selling this product, is just 20,000. If you don't, if you cannot buy, you cannot buy. That's all. You can even, you know, suggest means by saying, okay, buy now and pay later, or pay installmentally. You know, South Africa is doing a great job when it comes to that. I was shocked. Even getting a dress, you can pick it up and pay later.
Interesting. But would you say Africa is actually building a larger middle class, or are we just, you know, are we sometimes confusing increased consumption with genuine economic prosperity?
Yes, yes. Africa is being, there's a statistic that I show, I think according to African Development Bank, that says that, if I can lay my hands on it, anyway, it was saying in 2020, it was around 230 million, which are in this position, and which is a huge market for any organization to to penetrate. And by 2030, it will be almost double. So that alone tells you the future of consumer or market that is, glaring at you. So it's just for you to be prepared and plug yourself in so that you can tap into the market and take your share as well.
Right, taking your share and tapping into the market. But what would you say are the biggest pressures facing middle income African earners today?
Yeah, just like I said, they want to see just beyond their immediate environment. They want to, afford, not pricey, not the most expensive. They want to also drive their own car, dreaming of having their own car. The pressure of to measure up. I remember an artist in Nigeria, I think she has relocated. One of the sons said that Akinse Juba Elon Yankee, that they don't do more than this, as in what they are doing in the Western world. At least I can Africanize it, but let me also do the same here. Let me also enjoy the same here. And they are also digital conscious. They know what is going on. They get their form of entertainment, on phone. They want to subscribe. They want to order. So they are quite aware of what is going on. It's just they want to, just whatever they set their eyes to, they just want to afford it. At least normal want to make you to say, okay, they try. As we normally use the balance in Nigeria.
So we know that a lot of people feel like once I have a job, I'm okay. But in Africa of today, does having a professional job or running a successful business necessarily translate into financial security?
No. It doesn't translate to financial security.
What are the yardsticks we use to measure financial security?
Okay. Yesterday I was I was a guest to talk to some set of youth, and we talk about building a strong financial intelligence.
Okay.
So one of the things that I share with them is that some people making money is not their problem, but they don't know how to manage. And some managing money is not their problem, but they don't know how to multiply. They don't know how to multiply.
Okay.
So few people knows how to make money. Even fewer knows how to manage money. Even the few of the fewest knows how to multiply money. So earning an income does not guarantee financial security. I stop at that, I said the third at the bottom of the pyramid of wealth. That the next one is what we call financial independence. So you must, because you are comfortable, you can be working, let's say, in an oil company, or you're a bank manager. So the thing is, the question you need to ask yourself, what if they stop me, or I'm being sacked, I was relieved of my duty? In the next 6 months, will I be able to cope? So these are the people that in 6 months, God forbid, if anything happens, they lose their job, they are back to square one. So it doesn't mean because you are earning so much now, guarantee financial security. You must plan it, you must invest, you must diversify, you must make your money make more babies for you, so that at least, even if anything happens, you know that, something will be coming from here to sustain me. And a lot of Africans, because they now have that purchasing power, I can buy whatever I want to buy, they tend to copy what is going on, the trend. iPhone 20 or 25 is out, I want to buy, which costs millions of naira, and the one you are still using can still serve you. I'm not saying if it is what you can afford times 20. I remember the great icon, Akon said in one of his interview, is there anything you cannot afford? Is it 5 times that he doesn't touch it? So that's what we are talking, because he's building financial security. So, but these people, the more they earn, the more they want to spend. And you must know that you can't continue to spend what you have and say that does not guarantee financial security. You must learn how to manage it, how to multiply it. Then whatever it is you have put on ground, and even if you stop working today, they will continue to sustain you and your lifestyle.
Right. Just a quick follow-up to what you said. We're talking about the African middle class, and some know how to make, some know how to manage, some know how to multiply. And you rightly mentioned that, you know, having a job that probably pays you so well doesn't guarantee financial. You need to
Not
know
at all.
how to diversify,
Yeah.
spread it across, invest. So this is also a platform for people to learn certain things. What are, in Africa of today, what are some of the most profitable areas of investment that people can actually look into to multiply that resource, that money that they have now to get financial security?
Yes, for me, the first thing I do, what are the things that human being, whether you are in Japan or you are in Africa or you are anywhere, they must not do without. That every day there must be sales, there must be transaction. You talk about food, people must eat.
Yeah.
You talk about clothes, people must
Wear
wear clothes. And you talk about shelter, you must have where to lay your heads on. And according to the statistics, 80% of the richest men in the world, 80% of them, they retain their wealth with real estate. So don't wait until, don't bite more than you can chew. Say you must buy land in VI. Start from Owe, start from Shagam, start from Ikorodu. I'm talking for those who are here. So there are some, don't say, oh, it's still bush, there's no light and all of that. You know, a bush today will become a city tomorrow. So you must be futuristic about it. And also, just like you rightly asked, one of the attendees yesterday asked me that for a novice, where can I invest and all of that. So the second thing is that there was a time, I don't want to mention the brand because I use a lot of data and all of that. When they go on stock market, I bought into their shares.
Yes.
Why? Because I know I consume a lot of data that at least if they are taking my money from here, let me also get it back from them. And of course, most of the people, they do financial transaction on phone, you know, whether you save money. Sometimes now some people that save, they must debit you. You withdraw, they will debit you. So you can look at also into banking industry and study them. What was this bank share or stock last year? We're in August, last year August. How much are they selling now? You know, those are the things that you need to look into. And the best investment that I can advise, whether middle class, whether you are below or whatever, is to invest in your mental capacity. Because whatever you cannot manage, you will lose it.
Whatever you cannot manage, you will lose it. That's a very, very key point. Beautiful one day. We're due for a break now, but we have so much to still talk about. When we come back, we're going to talk about the cost of aspiration. That is when economic opportunity meets everyday reality. But please stay with us. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment.
Ever wondered about the heartbeat of Africa? It's in its music and dance. From the ancient rhythms of the djembe to the vibrant moves of gumboot dancing, African cultures express stories, history, and community through incredible artistic traditions. Each beat tells a tale, each step a celebration. Discover the diverse sounds that unite and define communities across the continent. This is more than entertainment, it's a living heritage. What's your favorite African rhythm? Share in the comments. Just Africa Insights, SOUQ News Television.
Every time you spend money, you make a decision. Not just about what you buy, but about the kind of economy you want to build. When you support a local business, you help create jobs, you help families earn, you help communities grow. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy. They reinvest in our neighborhoods. They create opportunity close to home. Before you click buy or choose where to shop, pause and ask, is there a local option? Because strong local businesses mean stronger cities. Stronger cities mean a stronger nation. Support local. Build the future. This message is brought to you in the interest of economic growth and national development.
Welcome back. You're still watching Just Africa on SOUQ News Television, and I still have my guest, Adeni Ifetaya, here with me in the studio. Now let's talk about the cost of aspiration. You know, one of the most interesting things about Africa's emerging middle class is aspiration. People want better homes, better education, they want better health care, better experiences, and greater financial independence. And that aspiration is creating enormous opportunities for businesses, but it is also creating pressure. So I would like to ask, how is the rising cost of living, you know, changing the aspirations and spending habit of Africa's middle class?
In as much, just like you said, their ambitions, they want a better bargain, upward mobility, just like you rightly mentioned, education,
Yeah.
you know, also status, you know, side hustle, digital creator, you know, SME, whatever it is. But the thing is that for African middle class, yes, is what you earn that will determine your purchasing power. And in as much as there are not more such incentive, there's no welfare package. The economy is biting. Some are enjoying it, and while some are feeling
It's hitting
it.
hard.
It's hitting very, very hard. So it's very difficult for them to you know, getting a new brand. That's why sometimes most of them, they do what we call trading.
Okay.
And that was very smart on the part of the businesses that, okay, if you have the old model, you can bring it in, then just add something to it, then you can get a new one. And of course, I don't want to mention the brand too. They produce new set of television that if you want to get it, you can do pay as you go,
Okay.
which is also home appliances, whatever. So that one is bridging the gap between the purchasing power and what they can afford now. But it's not left for them how they plan their life. Like I used to advise, you don't spend everything that you have on consumable. You don't spend everything. You must make a budget. Is because like I said in that conference yesterday, that you must make a budget before the money arrived. If you don't have a plan, and when the money comes, you start want to plan, even a genuine problem will come and meet that money. You understand? So they still have problem with planning because they want to belong, they want to be seen, they want to be heard. And it's just few African countries that is looking at giving them these like alternative, just like I mentioned South Africa the other time, that even to buy just a shirt, it doesn't matter even to buy a phone. You can pay for 12 months. You know, even in London, I've seen it. They say, oh, take this package for 12 months. So that they give you want to experience it, you want to have it, you want to be seen, we'll give you that. But, you know, especially in this part of the world, Nigeria is a economy base. If you are buying a house, you must pay cash. If you are buying a land, you must, everything is money for hand, then you carry your product for your hand.
Right. So I know I've been to There was a time I went to a particular African country and I wanted to purchase something. I would probably say they probably made that particular product for the wealthy.
Okay.
They did
The
not, I will
rich.
not the rich.
Yeah.
So it brings me, a lot of us could not, so I went with a group. And a lot of us there could not afford it. So would you say that the African business, and this was an African brand, it's
Okay.
it's
not
not a
even
foreign brand.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Would you say African businesses are actually making products that pays attention to middle income consumers, or their focus is still on the wealthy or just the mass market?
No, they are missing out if they are not creating a product, if they are not meeting the need of this African middle class.
Yeah.
Just like you rightly cited, I still believe they can make another version if it is this series 1, so series 2, which might not. I made an example in one of your sister program, or I don't know when, maybe last week when we were talking. You know, we have a brand, they are mineral, they have 10 cl. Solo, they have, whether 35 cl, then they have 50 cl. So same content, same quality, but so that to create different that price, so that they can give you that African price. So if African are making a product, they are making a brand, whatever, or services, whatever it is they are providing, and they are not considering that they still want to measure up with the Westerner, the foreign country. It's only if you can afford it, you can afford it. No, they are missing a whole lot. They are missing out a whole lot. So I think they should be more conscious. Businesses in Africa should be more conscious to speak the language of the middle class, so that they can tap into the market. And just like I said, make 1 or 2 versions. If you can't afford this, you can get this. It's just all about, sometimes it might be content. You are paying for this, or just like you rightly said, it's just because you are not living in that African country. If you are to be put there that, oh, you can take this, but you can pay for 12 months. Middle class can afford anything they want to buy, provided they are given chance, installmental payment to pay for a period of time.
About this instrumental payment, I've noticed a trend, because it's something that I've tried to do. There are a couple of brands. Some of them sell gadgets.
Yeah.
Some household items where you can buy and pay.
Yeah.
But one of the trends I've noticed is that if you are paying immediately, the money is less than when you are paying over a specific period of time. Why isn't that going to put pressure on people to actually look for the money and just pay at once, when you know that if I don't pay at once, if the product is 500,000 and I'm spreading the payment to like 6 months, I'll end up paying like 650.
Yeah.
That disparity, how can we?
Yeah, everybody, they are there in business. So it's just all about, yes, you want to have it now. The money is not there. I'm going to wait for like 6 months or 1 year to get my money. And don't forget, some of these businesses too, they took loan, and they have a commitment to the bank. They have a commitment to their shareholder, or those who do venture capitalists that are putting money that, okay, let's take your business to another. So if you are getting the product now, and they said, of course, you need to pay more, because it's just like they are, it's like you are taking a loan to get that product. And taking a loan, we know it comes with interest. So if you think that one would be easier, I know a lot of middle class that if you tell them you are going to pay 10 million in 2 years, they can afford it. But to bring it now, they can't pull it together, because there's a whole lot. Even what is coming in is not even enough in the first place. But it's just, but they can AK out this, oh, let me be dropping 5 naira. They know they have a commitment. So that one, we cannot fight it as such, because just to make sure you can still afford this thing while you pay later. Even they do it in flight booking now, flight ticket. Yes, they say you can pay, whether there's a product, whether kobo or something, that's pay small or something. I don't want to mention the brand as well. So that's just to give you the affordability. You have it now, but you can pay later. So many middle income, they prefer to have that product now and pay later.
Right.
So they don't come.
But we're seeing a lot of Africans, turn to entrepreneurship as a way of, creating financial security. You go on social media, everybody is an entrepreneur now. Or you finish your 9
Everybody's
to
CEO.
5, you come
Just
back
that.
and sell what you're selling, right? But can entrepreneurship actually or realistically become a pathway into the middle class when access to capital and formal employment remains limited?
Yes, it's very possible. There's a book, I think, written by Robert Kiyosaki. I think it's a 4 cash flow quadrant, something like that. So he talk about that people can generate from 4 quadrants. Number 1, being an employee. You know, you exchange your time for salary. Number 2, be a self-employed.
Okay.
So a lot of people in the middle class, they sometimes they mix that up. They are self-employed and they call themselves entrepreneur. So there's a difference. A self-employed is something you are using your talent. If you are not there, nothing is working. Just for example, a graphic artist. So sometimes they post, an entrepreneur. You are a graphic artist. Because if you are not designing, if you are not there, you can't design. Nothing can work. So the third one is what they call the business owner. And that is where the word entrepreneurship comes in. You know, provide the capital, you provide the land, you provide the equipment so that people can, you know, labor so that they can work together. You manage the businesses, and of course, the last one is a investor, which he advised people to get to as you move from this. So now, because of your 9 to 5 job, that you know, okay, this salary is guaranteed. You have your weekends there. You have your maybe you have 1 hour break time. You know, that's why most of them now they want to side hustle. I'm sure in the last so whether you do now, you'll be imagine that I know this woman or I know this man. So you will, if you go to our WhatsApp status, which I call social capital, and a lot of people they are not using it. It's only when they go to party they post stuff there. No, what are you doing? What are your side hustle? Put it there. I've gotten so much referral, I've gotten so much job because when I'm in an event, when I'm this, I put it there, whatever it is, I post it there. Oh, can you do this for? Yes, come on. So people are not using their social capital, which is, so don't just say you're an entrepreneur, but you can move from being whether an employee, whatever time you have, use it to learn any skill, trade, whatever niche that you know that you have, that you are very professional, you know, you can market it. Education sells. That's why people want to watch something online. They want to learn whether how to make cake or how to do this, how to do that. You know, you can create a course, how to make 7 live bread in 60 seconds. You know, people will be curious, oh, which one is 7? You know, there are so many. Okay, I ask, also the issue of branding is affecting them when they say entrepreneur. So in one of the gatherings, I pointed to a lady, I said, what do you do? She just said, I'm a teacher. I just said, introduce yourself to me in 60 seconds. He said, I'm a teacher, I have a school, I was lesson teacher. I said, no. In case of next time, there's a way you can also rebrand it. Okay. You can say, oh, I'm in an industry that make every child excel, regardless of their position in their school. I make sure there was a time I started with 5 kids. Now I have 38 children on them, and they are doing well. Is the person that, oh, you are a teacher? Yes, I teach them, not just to teach them, I inspire them to be the best in the class and of the class. If there are 2 people there, and this one says I'm a teacher, and you introduce yourself, definitely you will get the job. So the issue of branding also affects them. They just call themselves entrepreneur. You go to somebody's page, it's only when they take picture with a car or a beautiful house, that's only what is, and you will see, you say, I'm the CEO of something, something. Although a lot of people, they are putting their stuff on their Instagram or Facebook page. So it's not just about being an entrepreneur. Yes, middle class, they want to be an entrepreneur. Side hustle has become to be part of them. But your side hustle does not mean that you're an entrepreneur.
Right, right. Before we move to the last segment, what exactly does financial security look like for a modern African family?
Yet, financial security is, let me put it this way, is ability to afford whatever you need without troubling another person. I need this, just like Akon said, I know that I have 5 times of this before I can say, let me buy it. Anything I want to purchase, if you don't have times 5 of this, don't go for it. He said he doesn't touch it. So financial security or independence means that you can take care of your needs and just maybe your immediate environment. When I mean immediate, your environment, maybe your immediate family, without bothering any other person. And it does not start just in a day. You must invest. You must, let your money make babies for you. Like they said, no matter how rich or how money you have, if you are not making money when you are sleeping, then you have not started. So you have to plug in some of your resources in a business that I have a proven track record, that you look at their profitability. Most of Africans, we hardly check, the financial statement or record of an institution before we invest. And we know some of these companies, they make millions or billions of naira, they declare as profit, dividends, and all of that. So you should plug into that so that it will give you that financial independence. And above all, you must increase your mental capacity. Just like I said, whatever you cannot manage, you will lose it. I'm sure you remember a guy who was selling sachet water. Oh, water is good, water is life, this one. And a brand they reached out to him and they set up a big store. In 6 months, everything went down.
Came down.
And he said it's people from the village. No, it's there.
Village people.
The mental capacity is not there to handle it. Even if you give someone a 10 million is what he have, but he's not a millionaire if he doesn't have mental capacity to handle it.
Mental capacity to handle that which has been
given or what you have.
What you have. Interesting. Thank you so much for that. We're gaining so much from this conversation, and one of the beautiful things about this particular conversation is that it also opens your eyes to certain areas that you can invest in, so that your money can work for you. Our guest has said it. If you are sleeping and money is not coming in, well, we have not started yet, right? Well, we are due for a break. We're due for a break, but the conversation still continues. When we come back, we move into the last segment, talking about the next African economy, building prosperity that more people can participate in, right? We will go on a very short break now. When we come back, the conversation continues. To stay with us.
Power in North Africa shifted once again from local dynasties to imperial control. Following earlier periods of change, Egypt came under the rule of Mamluks, a military elite that controlled the state. They governed through a structured system, maintaining authority over one of Africa's most strategic regions. In the 16th century, a new power emerged: the Ottoman Empire. Ottoman forces defeated the Mamluks and incorporated Egypt into a vast imperial network. Under Ottoman rule, Egypt became a province governed within a larger imperial structure. Local authorities remained, but ultimate control rested with the empire. Egypt retained its importance as a center of trade and as a link between regions. Its position ensured that it remained valuable regardless of who ruled it. This chapter highlights a recurring pattern. Control may change, but strategic values endures. Today, Africa's strategic regions, from trade corridors to resource hubs, continue to attract global attention because in history, location is power, and power rarely stands still.
Welcome back. This is still Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Now, the middle class matters because it doesn't only represent people with more purchasing power. A strong middle class can actually support businesses, drive demand, invest in communities, and contribute to a more stable economy. But that only happens when economic opportunity is broad enough for people to participate. So I would like to ask you, Adini Ifetai, what policies and economic conditions are necessary, to help more Africans move into genuine financial security?
Number one, trust must be built between a product and organization. For example, maybe you get it, if there's anything, return it in 7 days.
Okay.
We'll take it back. But, in Nigeria, sometimes they will tell you, once you take it,
no refund, no return policy.
no. So that also make them to shy away from getting more involved and all of that. That's why they look for some of these foreign products that have a 1-year warranty or guarantee as it stands. So for them to guarantee more financial independence or security for them, they also need to have a long-term plan. Like I asked them, where do you want to be in the next 10 years? How do you want to move up the ladder? What if they just ask me next year, sorry, we are done with you, or something happened? How am I going to live? What do I want to live for? What do I want to remember for? So that one will help them to have a plan. I asked majority of the crowd yesterday, I said, if you have 1-year plan, bring it out as it's on your phone. So that's to show that you are ready. You want a better engagement. You are well prepared. So another thing I will also, I cannot continue to say that. I went to Pastor Adeboye's, one of his house, and the usual way they welcome is a video, and it was saying, if a 70-year-old man writes a book, he put all he has ever learned in his lifetime into it. And if you pick that book and you read through, and maybe a week, 2 weeks, so you must have grabbed something that took someone 70 years of his lifetime to get, and you just grab it within 2. So that tells me, with the African proverb, they say, is it African or foreign proverb, that if you want to hide anything from an African man,
put it in a book.
Put it in a book. So they need to read widely, not in those days, maybe 20 years ago, it's all about novel stories, love, Tommy and Jerry. No, it's about reading books on management, reading books on finance, reading books on budgeting, reading books on leadership, so that it will enhance you. It will help your mental capacity, to handle what is coming, to see new opportunities. So if you are not reading, so maybe they are hiding something from you. Don't let them hide anything from you, middle class. Let's go for it.
Right. Read so that nothing is hidden,
yeah.
from you. But very quickly, what responsibility do you think businesses need to have in making essential goods and services readily available to should I use the word ordinary Africans?
Yes. Number one, they must listen to their language. They must speak their language. They must not, thank God that, should I say, Nigerian, they are 20 years ago, when you want to go for a concert in Nigeria, for example, you see that they bring two foreign artists that will come and perform. But now African artists, they are shutting down. They are taking over the center stage. Maybe if they are inviting 10 artists, one can be foreign. Initially, before, the margin was so wide, and we are doing well. So use influencer, those who can localize the language, the adverts shouldn't be foreign. Don't copy everything. Localize it. Use our slang, pidgin. Mix it up so that they will feel heard. They will feel, that okay, these people, they are speaking our language. And also social media, advert as well. Whether on the Instagram or whatever social media platform, because they are present, they are social media conscious. So a lot of them, they shop online. A lot of them, they buy their ticket, they entertain, they listen to music, they watch this video. So you can as well develop a product to meet them at that very particular point. And of course, I cannot continue to say it, warranty or guarantee, whatever it is. If you buy it and it doesn't work, you can return it, you get your money back. And of course, installment is in one of the language that middle class or ordinary Nigerians want to hear about, so that, oh, this thing costs 20 naira, but you know that you can pay in 2 years or 1 year. Imagine, instead of paying 80,000 naira now, why can't you pay 8,000 naira, have the product, then in 10 months
You pay the rest.
you pay the balance? 8,000, I can afford that, than putting the whole 80,000
Forward.
forward.
You know, this part is very crucial, especially when you talked about communicating to them in language that they understand. Just recently, I was having a conversation with someone who, you know, was on an aircraft, took a flight to another Nigerian state, right? And the person went with a particular airline that is owned by a Nigerian, and the crew members were not Africans. So they even struggled to hear the announcement on a flight that had majority of... So things like that are very, very key as well.
Yes, it's very key. You know, when it comes to that flight arrangement, is because I have a preview to what happens. So some of these airlines, they do what they call like partnership. You know, they have partnership. So now, if a foreign airline is landing in Nigeria and they need to return, let's say we land 8 a.m. Nigerian time, and they have a passenger, let's say 10 p.m. at night. So instead of waiting, losing that time, doing nothing, so a local airline who have a partnership with that airline can say, okay, come and do Abuja, Lagos to Abuja for us, then from Abuja to Port Harcourt, then come back to Lagos. Before you have your ready for... So with that, they were able to save maybe 50% of their cost of just hangar, just staying and doing nothing. So they are products. So it happens once in a while. It's not all the time. And one thing I've also noticed, at least they will make sure one person that understands the language is there. So that happened. But just like you said, you must show that you understand their language. You must speak their language. You must go to where they go to. You must give them their influencers, whether in music, actor. You know, in the past, some of the big organizations in Nigeria, they usually take foreign, when I mean foreign, Western artists or brand ambassador to come, you know, be their own ambassador. But now they've localized it, you know, be it in telecommunication, in banking. You see some of our celebrity, you know, it's very key in making sure you speak their language so that you can tap into the market. That's very key for the businesses across Africa. Very
key. As we're preparing to wrap up the conversation, I would like to ask this final question round. If you had, I just had to put it down here, if you had to identify one change that will make the biggest difference to the economic lives of ordinary Africans over the next decade, what would it be?
Let me take this quote from one of my mentors, Dr. Olumide Emmanuel. He said, the poor, they don't want you to leave them, and the rich, they don't want you to join them. So you must be intentional to break out from the camp of the poor and break through or break into the camp of the rich. And you must do that by renewing your mind, increasing your mental capacity. Because if your mental capacity does not change, if you don't see good things happening in Africa, you won't partake from it. If you don't see opportunity, is all what you see, what you mention is the bad, is the evil thing, that is what will becloud, you know, your judgment. So it has to do, one thing that must be changed is our mind. We can do anything. There's so much opportunity that is available for us on the continent. It's just for us to tap into it. It's just for us to look at the opportunity. I shared with them yesterday, we got to a place And we discovered that in that place, before you could charge your phone, before you could do POS, you have to, take a bike or travel like 20, 30 minutes. And we said, look, we know so many people will be going through the same problem. Why can't we create, something that meets the need of those? And we opened, before you know it, one shop became two, and it's booming. So it's just for you, when you open up your mind to see that there's so much opportunity. I'm reading a book. It said "Think Like a Billionaire and Become a Billionaire" by Scott Anderson, and he analyzed 7 ways the rich or the billionaire thinks. One of them, the way they think about problem. A lot of us Africans or middle class, we want to run away from problem, but we want to run away from. But the billionaire, they see problem, that there is opportunity. What can I do? If I can face this problem, I know tens of thousands of people, they are going through the same thing. So what can I do to solve or to mitigate or to provide temporary solution to that problem? So it has to do with mindset.
Right.
And of course, mindset, not just ordinary Africans, also our leaders as well.
Right, changing your mindset, changing your perspective. Don't focus on the problem, but start have a forward-thinking mind to solutions to these problems. It's been an amazing conversation. We've learned so much, insights, suggestions, challenges, and how to mitigate them. And we sincerely appreciate you for joining us on the program today. Thank you so much, Adini Ifetayo, publisher, Megastar Magazine, for joining us on the program today.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here.
Right. That's a beautiful conversation. And with that, we've come to the end of today's program. But today's conversation has taken us beyond economic statistics and growth figures, because the strength of an economy is ultimately reflected in the lives of the people who make up that economy. A stronger African middle class means more than increased consumption. It means greater financial security. It also means better opportunities, stronger businesses, and a population, with the confidence and purchasing power to shape the future of its economies. But achieving that also requires more than aspiration. It requires productive jobs, responsible businesses, effective institutions, and economic policies that allow opportunity to reach more people. Thank you so much for watching today's episode of Just Africa. I am Sarah Owusu-Ansah. And if you missed any part of today's program, do well to catch a replay on our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television and SOUQ Digital. Have yourself a fantastic Monday. Till I see you next time. Bye-bye.
Ever wondered about the heartbeat of Africa? It's in its music and dance. From the ancient rhythms of the djembe to the vibrant moves of gumboot dancing, African cultures express stories, history, and community through incredible artistic traditions. Each beat tells a tale, each step a celebration. Discover the diverse sounds that unite and define communities across the continent. This is more than entertainment, it's a living heritage. What's your favorite African rhythm? Share in the comments. Just Africa Insights, SOUQ News Television.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself, agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with Black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, assertive choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. And spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examined the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Jah People, the fifth track, SOUQ criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, SOUQ delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, SOUQ envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice. With Send Down the Rain, Majek draws on the metaphor of rain as a reward for diligent effort. The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm Not Tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, SOUQ expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come From the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, SOUQ celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek SOUQ delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest reggae albums to emerge from Nigeria, exploring themes of love, peace, unity, corruption, self-awareness, revolution, spirituality, and racial equality. The perfect blend of traditional percussion, particularly the gong-gong and electric guitar, gives the album a timeless edge, merging the soul of Africa with global reggae rhythms. Spirit of Love is more than just an album. It is a cultural artifact, a sonic protest, and a spiritual message. It elevated Majek SOUQ as a voice of the people and established reggae not just as entertainment in Nigeria, but as a force for awareness, resistance, and healing. Its enduring legacy is a reminder that music, like literature, can move a nation, challenge its leaders, and inspire its people. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 director generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launching was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And is one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Festivity is more than celebration. It is the soul of many communities. Festivals light up people's hearts, giving them a sense of identity, unity, and continuity. There are moments when culture speaks loudly, reminding generations to erode their values, norms, and traditions. In Anambra State, one of the most revered and celebrated festival is the Ofala Festival of Onitsha. Deeply rooted in history and spirituality, Ofala is not merely a royal ceremony, expression of pride, belonging, and resilience. It has become a unifying force, strengthening the bond between the monarch and his subject, while also positioning Onitsha on the global cultural map. According to research by Bayo Olaoye, veteran broadcaster and cultural analyst, the Ofala Festival has transformed into more than a cultural showcase. It has become a catalyst for socio-economic growth, contributing over 1 billion naira annually to local commerce through festival-related activities. This growth reflects in vibrant trade, booming hospitality, creative industries, and transport services that all thrive during the festive period. At its core, Ofala is our spiritual renewal. The monarch emerges from seclusion to commune with his people, marking the end of a sacred period of reflection and intersection for the community's well-being. Day 1 of the festival, known as Iru Ofala, is dedicated to the monarch. The Obi of of Onitsha appears in majestic regalia, saluting his people to the rhythm of traditional drums, a display of authority, continuity, and grace. The second day, Azu Ofala, belongs to the people. Age-grade societies parade in vibrant uniforms. Dance troupes perform with energy. Entitled men and women honor the throne. The elite Oru women make their presence felt, while youths add vitality through the Ofala Youth Carnival, which has grown from a small-town procession into a major cultural feature. Together, these elements embody the inclusiveness of the festival, showing that Ofala is for everyone, regardless of age, gender, or social standing. The economic benefits are equally remarkable. Traders record peak sales, food vendors serve thousands, tailors and designers secure new commissions, hoteliers welcome visitors, and transporters enjoy increased patronage. What may appear as fleeting cultural activity, in reality, a vital revenue stream for the community. Beyond the festival, the momentum continues through initiatives like Onitsha Development Fund, which support entrepreneurs, women, and youth, helping to sustain cultural and economic growth all year round. For women play a central role, from the culinary teams that cater for guests to the Oru Odu women who showcase elegance and tradition. Their contribution keep the spirit of the festival alive. The youth, through their carnival, embody continuity, ensuring that values of resilience, unity, and creativity are passed down to the next generation. In truth, Ofala is not just about ceremony, it is about renewal, identity, and opportunity. It tells the story of a people proud of their past, confident in their culture, and determined to shape their future. As Olaoye notes, the theme, often chosen for the festival, such as unity and perseverance, is more than symbolic. It is a timely reminder that communities thrive when they stay true to their roots, embrace resilience, and pursue collective progress. The Ofala Festival of Onitsha stands today as a celebration of heritage and driver of social-economic growth. It is proof that culture, when honored and properly harnessed, is not just memory, it is wealth, it is resilience, it is life. Ofala Onitsha, a tradition renewed, an economy strengthened, and a people united. Olumide Shokoya reporting for SOUQ News Television.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city, it is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced the golden era, marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun near Ile-Ife revealed ancient glass bead production sites one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakan and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Oni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shaped the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Olumorok, Lishabi and the people of Egbala, a story of resilience and transformation. Telling the story from afar may not be as beautiful as visiting the historical scene for a more engaging storytelling.
I welcome you to the foot of Olumorok. So climbing the rock is in two ways. Either you go through the panoramic elevator or the stairs, but whichever way you choose to go through, I'm assuring you are going to land at the topmost part of Olumorok safely. So Olumorok is like every other rock you've ever climbed or know about, but it plays an important role in the life of the people of Egba during an intertribal war between the Egba and Old Oyo Empire.
History and culture are the intertwined thread that shape the identity of a people, offering a glimpse into their past struggles, triumphs, and the rich traditions that continue to define their presence.
So from here we can have the glance view of the immediate environment around Olumorok, because Olumorok is centered at the middle of Abeokuta. But when we get to the topmost part on Olumorok, we are going to have the 360 degree of the view, which means the more you go, the more you see. So I want to encourage you to
Brace up.
Brace up so that we can get to the topmost part of the rock. So let's move.
History is what we bring to you today. What is the connection between Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people? My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective. Let me take you on an inspiring journey through the history of one of Nigeria's most significant landmarks. Come with me.
I welcome you to the first level on Olumorok.
Thank you.
So this is the first level on the rock. Olumorok is in 3 stages, from the ground floor to the first landing scape. I want to inform you that you have climbed 120 stairs to come this far. Can you give yourself a round of applause for that? And I'm sure you are fit to climb to the topmost part in Olumorok.
I'll try.
That's great to know. So the first level of Olumorok is called Lishabi Garden. Lishabi Garden is named after one of our past warriors called Lishabi Agbungbakala. Lishabi was one of the warriors that fought for Egba to gain their freedoms from Old Oyo Empire. It is a natural garden set aside for people to take relaxation after climbing the first level of the rock. Also at this spot, we have 2 trees that we can talk about. The first one is Dongoyaro tree. This is it here. Dongoyaro tree. English call it neem tree. It botanicizes as Adirata indica. If you get from its leaf and cook cassava and drink, it kills malaria. And if you drink from a stick, it clear bad breath from mouth. Also, its name is derived from an Hausa face, which means tall boy, doko, yaro. This is a flamboyant tree. Its botanic is Dilonis regia. It produces some lump. Look at the branches. If you get from those brown pods, there are some seed inside it. When it dries up, if you tap or shake, give a kind of sound sheke sheke. And that was where the Yoruba derived its name from. That is why we call it pansheke in the Yoruba land. The pods serve as a natural musical rattle for traditional dancers, nursing mother to play with, before the invent of tambourine and some other musical instruments. When we go up on Olumo Rock, we are going to turn and visit all historical places. There are some shrines and worshippers around Olumo Rock. They are not harmful. They are here to showcase our cultural and traditional heritage. So I wish you a pleasant trip as we rock.
Olumo Rock, a striking natural formation rising 137 meters, which is about 450 feet above Abeokuta, Nigeria. It's more than just a tourist attraction. It is a symbol of Egba people's endurance. The story of Olumo Rock begins in the early 19th century when it was identified by the hunter named Adagba. Though details on how Adagba discovered the rock were limited, it is well documented that the Egba people facing oppression under the Oyo Empire sought refuge here. This is the cave. This was where the people of Egba took refuge during the war. From that side, there are some dripping water. Some water is to drop from that side. It is tagged the medicinal water of Olumo Rock. Whenever the water is gushing, traditional believers always come to pick from its drop. And they claim it cures so many ailments in the body. But the water is not flowing now because God determines when the water flows. And this grave, that's the resting place of Chief Sonny. The grave of Chief Sonny. Chief Sonny was the OC of Itoko during his lifetime. Olumo Rock is founded between two communities. The entry point of Olumo Rock, where you came in from, is called Ikija, while the backside of Olumo Rock is called Itoko community. And this is a chieftaincy title in the Yoruba land. That is the chief sitting at the left of the king in palace. As we have the Otunba and Osioba, was the two top position to the king. According to the custom and tradition of Yoruba, when a chief died, they bury the chief either at the front of his house, at his bedroom, or at his backyard. He must never be taken to a cemetery. That was why Baba was buried here. And this rostry roof building is the family house of Chief Sonny. The family has an extension. Baba dies on the 23rd of January 1956. 20 years after his death, government took over this place as a tourist site. That was why government decided to fence the family house so that they will not be blocking up the passage of the tourists. So the people of Egba took refuge here during an intertribal wars. The war started in 1830. Then the people of Egba were under old Oyo Empire. They basically want freedoms and where to settle. That was why they consulted the Ifa Oracle for lead. Ifa instructed the Egbas to come and settle there. On their way coming down, they met a man on the road. The name of the man is called Adagba. Adagba was a great hunter farmer. He was the one that discovered Olumo Rock during his hunting process. During those periods, the entire city of Abeokuta was thick forest. Only the powerful ones and the warriors that could come around to do anything and return back home alive. But when the Ifa instructed the Egbas to come, Shodeke, who was one of the founding fathers of Egba land, led the people of Egba down here. And they were here for years. During their stay,
They took the natural suspension shape of the rock advantage and built their rooms. The rock is naturally standing. They only took the advantage of the shape and built their room. So the rock served as the roof of the room. 4 of the room they built has collapsed, remains only that. Those are the signs of the fallen rooms. That was where they kept wives and children. Men and warriors will surround the rock so that the enemy will not gain access to this place. All these holes you are seeing on the surface of the rock, that was where they do their grindings. Like we use blenders now, Yoruba call it oluata. So the process of their grindings make the holes deep like this. After the war in 1833, the people of Egba from Ifa were able to confirm maybe they should leave this place to go back to where they came from. Ifa told them to keep on dwelling here, that this is where God has put an end to their problems. And that's how they derived the name to the rock, Olufimo. Olufimo means where God put an end to all our tribulations. Ibiti Oluwa fi ogun, wahala ti daamu aye wa mo si Olufimo. But people later shorten it to Olumo to gain a very short word. Another meaning to Olumo, Olu in a Yoruba land means God. That's God Almighty. Mo means mold or molded. The people then believe that God benevolently molded the rock for them so that they can take their refuge on that. Oluwa lo mo fun wa láti fi ṣe ibi ìsádi kúrò lọ́wọ́ ọ̀tá. God molded the rock for our refuge. So when they came out from the rock, others were asking the Egbas of their whereabouts, and they told them, hid ourselves under the rock. Under the rock or beneath the rock in Yoruba means Abe Okuta. And that was how the name got changed from Egba, and they started referring to them as Omo Abe Okuta. Also, the popular city of Abe Okuta started from here. So if you have been anywhere around the town and you have not visited here, you haven't been to Abe Okuta.
The name Olumo is derived from the Yoruba words Olu means God and Mo meaning molded, signifying God-molded rock. This reflects the deep spiritual connection the Egba have with the rock, seeing it as a divine creation that shaped their destiny. Today, the rock remains not only a historical site, but a place of cultural rituals, including annual sacrifices.
Over here, we have the main shrine of Olumo Rock, the main shrine of the rock. The main shrine is a local temple where the people of Egba worship and make sacrifices to the deities of Olumo Rock. Olumo Rock is an historical monument. It's also a symbol of Egba unity, strength, and unfailing protection. Because under the rock, the people of Egba took refuge during an intertribal war. And after the war, the rock has become a deity. That is why Egba people offer sacrifice to Olumo Rock once in a year with a big black cow. During the festival, only 2 people have access to enter the shrine. That is why the shrine is always locked. And the 2 people are the paramount ruler of Egba land, that's Alake of Egba land, and the chief priest. The chief priest is called Abore in the Yoruba land. Other traditional rulers in Abeokuta invited guests, indigenous of Abeokuta, will stay outside to say amen to his prayer. During the festival, the Alake of Egba land will pray for the whole nation. He prayed for Egba unity, also the climbers of Olumo Rock, so that they will not fall. No one has ever fallen while climbing the rock. Also at the shrine, traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. When the prayer is answered, those that made pledges while praying will come back to redeem their pledge, ensuring appreciation to Almighty God and to Olumo Rock that interceded for them. That is why we have those feather, blood, and cloth on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of pledges people have been returning. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba. There are 4 traditional rulers in Abeokuta: Alake of Egba land, the paramount ruler of Egba land, Oshilo of Okeono, Agora of Bagora, and Olowo of Owo. Traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. Maybe they are looking for words, children, or anything in life. So when the prayer is answered, those that make pledges while praying will usually come back with their pledges. That's why we have those feather, blood, and stuff on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of the pledges. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba, meaning a deity you can pray through for words, children, and every other good things in life.
You might be wondering about the historical issues between Oyo Oyo and the Egba people. How Oyo to exert control over them. The western region of Nigeria, primarily composed of Yoruba descendants, was dominated by the Oyo Empire, a powerful political entity that rose to prominence around the 15th century. By the 18th century, Oyo had become one of the largest and most influential states in West Africa, known for its sophisticated governance, military strength, and expansive trade networks, controlling neighboring kingdoms, including the Egba. The governance of the Oyo Empire was centralized under the Alafi, the king, who was supported by a council of advisors and provincial governors. This structure enabled the empire to maintain stability and enforce laws across its vast territories. At its peak, Oyo thrived economically through agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, establishing itself as a vibrant economic hub. However, its involvement in the transatlantic slave trade created significant instability in the region, leading the Egba people to seek independence from Oyo's control. Who is Lishabi? No story about the Egba people is complete without mentioning Lishabi, the legendary warrior whose courage and strategic leadership freed the Egba people from the oppressive dominance of the Oyo Empire. Lishabi heroism is etched deeply in the annals of Yoruba history, as he led a rebellion that broke the chance of subjugation and paved the way for Egba autonomy. Lishabi Agbongbo Akala, a native of Itoku, Abeokuta, was not just a fearless leader, but also a tactician. In the late 18th century, the Egba were subject to heavy taxation and constant exploitation under Oyo's rule. To resist this, Lishabi secretly mobilized a group of Egba farmers and hunters into a covert warrior society called Egbearo, a vital step in organizing the rebellion. With his deep understanding of the terrain and his influence over his people, Lishabi led a series of coordinated guerrilla attacks against Oyo forces stationed in the Egba region. His strategy was not one of open warfare, but a methodical plan to undermine Oyo's authority. By ambushing Oyo tax collectors and military detachments, Lishabi weakened the empire's grip over the Egba. His leadership unified the Egba people, turning their frustration with Oyo into a force for liberation. Following their eventual victory, the Egba people were freed from the oppressive rule. In 1830, this newfound freedom led to the establishment of Abeokuta, meaning under the rock, a city founded under the protective watch of Olumorok. Olumorok provided both a literal and symbolic refuge as it sheltered their people during their struggle for independence. From this safe haven, the Egba built a thriving community rooted in agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, becoming a key cultural and economic hub in the region. Today, Lishabi Agbongbo Akala's legacy is celebrated not just as a warrior, but as a symbol of unity and resilience. His actions not only ensured the survival of the Egba people, but also contributed to the rich historical and cultural fabric of Abeokuta and the entire Yoruba as a whole. By the mid-19th century, Abeokuta had attracted European missionaries like Thomas Freeman, whose introduction of Western education and Christianity left a lasting influence on the community.
Inscription about just a little write-up. The next spot is where we used to have the mamas. So this was one of the water pots they drank from there. Yoruba call it kukuamu. It's for water storage and preservation. Water point is as cold as water from the refrigerator, but it has been cemented for proper preservation. The Yalorisha, they are here as the custodians of the rock, and people do come to them for spiritual consultation, and a whole lot more. So this is a crown tree. Crown tree. Yoruba call it Igi Akoko. If a king has to be installed, or they want to make a chieftaincy title in a Yoruba land, they pluck from the leaf Ewe Akoko to coronate king. But this very one is mainly used for the paramount ruler of this town, Alake of Egala, only for him. And the tree has been growing there for over 250 years. It doesn't grow than this. So it has been. Poster of the newly studied Iyaolumo, she's 98 years of age. And this is a poster reflecting the old Iyaolumo. She died at the age of 137 years, over 2 years ago now. They have a deity they worship here. They call it Orisha Igu. Orisha Igu. That's the deity that controls longevity. They believe the more they worship, the longer they live. So they have other deities around. One of such is Orisha Ojubo Obaluaye. Obaluaye is the deity that controls chickenpox and measles. Yoruba call it Shopono. So if chickenpox or measles is striking all over, they do consultation from here. So whatever instruction they get, so once they follow it, everything that comes up will disappear out the go. So that's Ojubo Obaluaye right there. And this Ogun, god of iron, the famous god of iron. So we have a baobab tree here. Baobab tree, B-A-O-B-A-B. In the eastern part of Nigeria, they call it Afon-Apunwa. In the northern part, they call it Kuka. Here in Southwest, we call it Gioshe. It Botanica Sadansonia digitata. The encounter of the tree is that traditional believers always come under to pray for protections, because there's an adage in the Yoruba land that goes those. Wanipo do ikapa, apa okapa, wọ́n do ika igi oshe, apa okoshe, wọ́n do ika konga, konga oshe binukosi. Meaning there's no way you can wrap your arms around the tree. It is impossible because of its massiveness. That's why traditional believers always come under to pray for protections. So that's the Gioshe right there. On the floor here we have the faces of the warlord, those that fought for Egba to gain their liberations. So their memorial sculpture was molded here. And the white share you are seeing there, that's type of money spent in the olden days. Cowrie share, Yoruba call it Owo-Eyo. But now they know it for a fair consultation and traditional decoration. That's the olden days money spent in the olden days. Also they use it for a fair consultation. The ancient route to the peak of Olumo Rock. Before modernization, this is the only means of going up the rock. The ancient trail is a natural passage used by the warriors to access the rock.
stands as a beacon of history, attracting visitors from all over the world who seek to understand the resilience of the Egba people, showcasing various historical pieces, traditional items, and, on the other hand, the establishment and continuous celebration of the Lishabi Festival. In the evolution of the Egba from warriors and hunters to craftsmen, traders and national leaders, their history illustrates the power of unity and determination. Lumorok continues to tell the story of a people who overcame oppression to build a vibrant, self-sustaining community.
I welcome you to the topmost part in Lumorok. From here you can see almost everywhere in Abeokuta, and the height of the rock is 137 meters above sea level. That's about 449 feet.
This is the rich, unyielding legacy of Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people, a narrative of survival, courage, and transformation. Now you see the connection. You see the Mason Lake. I am Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective on SOUQ News Television.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to Words of Our Fathers. Today, we'll be looking at a proverb. When the music changes, so does the dancing. What does this mean? It means that we must change. There must be change. Change is necessary in society. For companies, for individuals, for communities, for firms, for organizations, for the country itself. In the business world, there's something called diversification, where a company decides to either change a brand or go into other brands or go into other areas of manufacturing. For an individual, there's a need to change, the need to train, the need to develop one for the future. For communities, there's need for change. You need to build roads, you need to have water supply, you need to have electricity. One cannot just sit down and fold its arms thinking something will fall from the skies. We must endeavor to change. We must endeavor to initiate, create. So as we begin today, let us consider change. Let us consider new initiatives that will make life better for our people. The words of our fathers are words of wisdom. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna and Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Good afternoon and welcome to World News, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos, Nigeria. I am Sarah Oso-Anta. Here are today's top stories. President Bola Tinubu is set to lead a continental push for Africa to gain greater value from its mineral resources by reducing the export of raw materials. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has been urged to broaden its regulatory oversight to include risk from fintech companies and other technology partners supporting financial institutions. Niger's Council of Ministers has granted 2 major uranium mining permits to domestic enterprises, strengthening state control over the country's strategic mineral resources. British Prime Minister Andy Burnham has called for closer alignment with the European Union, telling European Council that London must move more boldly towards expanded cooperation. And in sport news, UEFA President Alexander Ceferin says he is not interested in replacing FIFA President Gianni Infantino, but warned that Infantino should resign or face a leadership challenge. Details of these headlines and other stories coming up shortly. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is set to lead a continental effort to ensure Africa gains greater value from its mineral wealth by reducing the export of raw materials. He's set to chair a high-level critical mineral summit in New York on the 21st of September, bringing together African leaders, investors, development institutions, and mining executives. The focus on value addition could strengthen Africa's position in the global supply chain for lithium, copper, cobalt, graphite, and manganese, which are increasingly important to electric vehicles, renewable energy, artificial intelligence, digital infrastructure, as well as defense. For Nigeria and other mineral-rich countries, the bigger challenge will be turning resource ownership into local processing, jobs, technology, and higher export earnings rather than simply increasing extraction. The federal government says it spent 6.47 trillion naira on strategic infrastructure projects between June 2023 and December 2025, with major highways accounting for more than half of the expenditure. The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway received 2.23 trillion naira, while the Sokoto-Badagry Superhighway received 1.11 trillion naira. Now, spending on the three major highways, including the Trans-Sahara Superhighway, reached about 3.83 trillion naira. The scale of investment could improve transportation links, reduce logistic costs, and support economic activity if projects are completed efficiently. However, the economic impact will ultimately depend on project delivery, maintenance, and the extent to which the infrastructure improves movement of people and goods across regions. Now, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has expanded its free petroleum products delivery initiative to Kano, Imo, Anambra, and Nasarawa State, taking the number of covered locations to 10. By absorbing transportation costs, the refinery is seeking to reduce a major expense faced by independent petroleum marketers. If the savings are passed through the distribution chain, the initiative could ease pressure on marketers and create room for lower petrol prices for consumers. Its wider impact will depend on how consistently the cost savings translate into pump price reductions and whether the initiative can contribute to greater efficiency in Nigeria's increasingly competitive fuel market. In another news, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, has given 31 companies that won 37 oil and gas blocks in the 2025 licensing round a deadline to pay their required signature bonuses. Companies that fail to meet the conditions risk losing their provisional awards and having their bid guarantees forfeited. The blocks span the Niger Delta, shallow and deep offshore areas, and frontier basins, including the Anambra Basin, Chad Basin, and Benue through. Successful completion of the process could bring fresh investment into Nigeria's upstream sector, expand exploration, and potentially increase future production. The immediate focus, however, will be on whether the successful bidders can meet their financial obligations and move from provisional awards to actual field development. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has been urged to widen its oversight of risk linked to fintech companies, cloud service providers, telecommunications networks, and other technology firms supporting financial institutions. The concern is that a disruption affecting a major external technology provider could spread quickly across banks, payment companies, and their customers. A broader regulatory approach will give authorities greater visibility across Nigeria's interconnected digital financial system rather than focusing only on individual banks. As financial services become increasingly technology dependent, stronger cyber resilience, real-time monitoring, and secure digital infrastructure will be essential to protecting financial stability and limiting the impact of technology failures. Now, the Naira strengthened against the United States dollar last week as improved foreign exchange supply and market liquidity reduced pressure on the currency. The currency closed at 1,346 Naira per dollar in the official market, while the parallel market rate also improved slightly as external reserves rose to $52.657 billion. Higher dollar inflows from foreign investors, exporters, and non-bank companies are supporting the improvement in liquidity. Now, rising crude oil prices could further strengthen Nigeria's external position through higher export earnings, although geopolitical tensions remain a risk sustaining. Now, sustaining the Naira's gain will depend on whether improved foreign exchange supply can be maintained and translated into greater confidence in the market. You're still watching the world news on SOUQ News Television. We'll go on a break. When we come back, we'll give you African and foreign stories. To stay with us.
The economy is changing, technology is advancing, industries are evolving. The question is, are your skills keeping up? Today's job market rewards adaptability. New skills create new opportunities, and continuous learning increases earning power. Whether it's digital literacy, technical training, financial education, or entrepreneurship, investing in your skills is one of the smartest investments you can make. Because buildings and machines drive development, but skilled people drive economies. Learn more, earn more, contribute more. Empower yourself, strengthen the workforce, build the future. This message supports sustainable economic development.
Welcome back. Now on the African scene, Niger's decision to grant 2 major uranium mining permits to domestic enterprises strengthens state control over a strategic mineral resource and reflects the country's broader push for greater local participation in mining. The permits cover projects in the Alit region, including the Madeola development. Now, this policy could increase government revenue while creating opportunities for local suppliers and workers. The mining company is expected to pay a $10 million fixed royalty and create about 1,000 jobs. However, greater state control will need to be matched by sufficient technical expertise, investment, and operational capacity if Niger is to extract more value from its uranium resources without discouraging future investors. Now, India says it has sufficient sugar supplies ahead of its major festival season, seeking to reassure consumers and businesses amid expectations of increased demand. The assurance from the Indian Sugar Mills Association suggests that current stocks should be adequate to meet domestic consumption. Stable supplies could help limit food price pressures for households and manufacturers during a period when sugar consumption typically rises. For policymakers, the challenge will be balancing domestic availability with export commitments. Because India is a major producer and exporter, decisions on stocks and exports can also influence international sugar prices and trade flows. Meanwhile, Oman's Foreign Minister Saeed Bard Abdul Saidi is due in Tehran for further talks with Iranian officials on the security and reopening of the Strait of Hormuz as diplomatic efforts intensify around the strategic waterway. Pakistan is also involved in mediation between Iran and the United States. Any progress towards stabilizing Hormuz could reduce uncertainty for shipping operators and ease pressure on global oil and gas markets. The stakes are high because the waterway is a critical route for energy shipments, meaning prolonged disruption could push up crude prices, freight costs, insurance premiums, and inflation. The involvement of multiple mediators also shows how difficult it may be to secure a durable agreement. Now, Taiwanese prosecutors have indicted 9 people, including employees of NVIDIA and Supermicro, over alleged involvement in the illegal export of artificial intelligence servers to China. The investigation centers on servers containing NVIDIA's chips subject to U.S. export controls. The case highlights growing enforcement pressure across the semiconductor supply chain as Washington seeks to limit China's access to advanced computing technology. Any confirmed violations could lead to tighter compliance requirements for technology companies and complicate relationships with Chinese customers. For the global AI industry, the investigation underscores how export controls are becoming an increasingly important commercial and geopolitical risk. Moving on from that story, China says it will take necessary measures to protect its commercial interests as the United States prepares expanded sanctions targeting companies and countries maintaining trade ties with Iran. Washington is seeking greater cooperation from Beijing, but China has rejected the approach and called for restraint. The dispute could create additional compliance costs for Chinese companies and complicate energy transactions, payment channels, as well as international trade. It also demonstrates how sanctions are increasingly being used as instruments of geopolitical competition. For businesses operating across multiple jurisdictions, the growing sanctions environment means greater uncertainty over supply chains, investment decisions, and access to international financial systems. Still in China, where Foreign Minister Wang Yi has warned that the Middle East and Gulf region has reached another critical juncture, urging countries to return to dialogue and negotiations. His comments come amid heightened regional tension and uncertainty over security and energy supplies. China has a strong economic interest in regional stability because the Gulf is central to global oil shipments and an important source of energy for the Chinese economy. Any disruption to strategic waterways can quickly increase freight, insurance, and fuel costs worldwide. A return to negotiations could therefore ease pressure on markets, while further escalation would raise risk for businesses, consumers, and energy importing countries. The United States has cancelled a major joint amphibious exercise with South Korea scheduled for next month, citing troop availability constraints linked to the war in Iran. The exercise was designed to strengthen combined military readiness and amphibious capabilities. The decision could raise questions in Seoul about the reliability of U.S. security commitment at a time of continuing tensions with North Korea. It also demonstrates how military conflicts in one region can affect Washington's ability to maintain its commitment elsewhere. South Korea may face increased pressure to strengthen its own defense capabilities, while North Korea could closely monitor any perceived changes in allied readiness. This is still the world news on SOUQ News Television. We'll go on a break now. When we return, we'll give you the rest of the stories. Please stay with us.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Do you know where your money goes each month? Rent, food, transport, subscriptions. Small expenses add up faster than we think. That daily coffee, that impulse purchase. Over time, they can cost thousands. But here's the good news. Financial control starts with awareness. Track your spending. Create a simple budget. Build an emergency fund, even if it starts small. 3 months of savings can protect you from unexpected setbacks. Financial stability doesn't happen by accident. It happens by plan. Track it, plan it, grow it. An informed nation is a financially resilient nation. This is a public service message.
back. British Prime Minister Andy Burnham has called for closer alignment with the European Union, arguing that Britain needs to move more boldly towards expanded cooperation with Europe. The push includes broader defense and security arrangements, with an upcoming UK-EU summit expected to provide an opportunity for formal agreements. The initiative reflects efforts to improve post-Brexit relations while strengthening European security cooperation. Greater coordination could support trade and defense capabilities, but negotiations will determine how far London can move closer to Brussels without reopening wider political disputes surrounding Brexit. The outcome could shape Britain's economic and security relationship with the EU for years to come. Attacks on ports and vessels in the Black Sea are threatening to disrupt grain exports from Russia and Ukraine, two of the world's most major suppliers. Recent incidents have affected terminals and shipments during a critical export period, raising concerns among global wheat importers about tighter supplies. Prolonged disruption could push up wheat prices and increase food import costs, particularly for countries in Africa and the Middle East that depend heavily on international grain markets. Higher wheat prices could feed directly into food inflation and household expenses. Protecting export infrastructure is therefore becoming an economic priority for both Russia and Ukraine, while importing countries may increasingly compete for alternative supplies. The European Commission has approved an additional 6.1 billion euros in military aid for Ukraine, supporting procurement of air defense systems, anti-ballistic missiles, artillery ammunition, and radar equipment. The funding comes as Russia continues drone and missile attacks against Ukrainian cities and critical infrastructure. The new allocation adds to previously authorized European military procurement programs and is expected to prioritize European and regional manufacturers. For Ukraine, faster access to weapons could strengthen its ability to protect its airspace and critical infrastructure for Europe. Increased procurement could also simultaneously expand domestic defense production, create industrial opportunities, and reduce dependence on suppliers outside the region. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has reiterated that Ukraine wants peace, but will not accept an agreement that requires it to surrender its sovereignty or security interests. His position was delivered during Ukraine's Independence Day celebrations in Kyiv, attended by European leaders. The message signals that any future settlement will have to address Ukraine's long-term security concerns rather than simply ending the fight. Continued European political support strengthens Kyiv's negotiating position, but governments supporting Ukraine also face pressure to find a sustainable route towards negotiations. The balance between military support, diplomacy, and regional stability will remain central to the future of the conflict. The scaling back of United States joint military exercises with South Korea is creating uncertainty across Asian security and economic networks as Washington redirects military resources towards the Middle East. The development could prompt governments across the region to reassess defense spending, security partnerships, and strategic dependencies. Japan and Taiwan, among others, may face pressure to strengthen their own defense capabilities and diversify suppliers. The consequences could extend beyond security as companies respond to changing geopolitical risk affecting investment, trade routes, and supply chains. A prolonged shift in U.S. military priorities could therefore reshape both strategic and commercial relationships across the Indo-Pacific. In sport news, UEFA President Alexander Ceferin says he's not seeking to replace FIFA President Gianni Infantino, but as one that Infantino should resign or face a leadership challenge. The comments come after criticism of an abandoned proposal involving private investment in FIFA tournament. The dispute could intensify questions over FIFA's governance, financial strategy, and relationship with continental football bodies. Although Ceferin ruled himself out as a successor, his comments indicate that opposition to Infantino's leadership may be growing within football's governing structures. Any leadership contest could influence FIFA's approach to tournament financing, commercial partnerships, and institutional accountability. And finally, Victor Osimhen is being tipped as a potential solution to Manchester United's attacking problems if the Nigerian striker eventually completes a move to Old Trafford. His performances at Galatasaray and established goal-scoring record have continued to attract attention from major European clubs. For Manchester United, the appeal will be the possibility of adding a proven and physically imposing forward capable of providing greater consistency in front of goal. For Osimhen, a move to the Premier League will offer another opportunity to compete at one of Europe's highest profile clubs. However, any transfer will ultimately depend on negotiations between Manchester United and Galatasaray, as well as the financial terms of a potential deal. And with that, it is a wrap on the news this afternoon, but here is a quick recap of today's top stories. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is set to lead a continental push for Africa to gain greater value from its mineral resources by reducing the export of raw materials. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has been urged to broaden its regulatory oversight to include risk from fintech companies and other technology partners supporting financial institutions. Nigeria's Council of Ministers has granted 2 major uranium mining permits to domestic enterprises, strengthening state control over the country's strategic mineral resources. British Prime Minister Andy Burnham has called for closer alignment with the European Union, telling European Council that London must move more boldly towards expanded cooperation. In sport news, UEFA President Alexander Ceferin says he is not interested in replacing Gianni Infantino, but warned that Infantino should resign or face a leadership challenge. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to follow us across all of our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and SOUQ Digital. I am Sarah Obuswanza. Good afternoon.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice reports duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002. and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, a younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the best African economic leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute SOUQ. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development to partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kupi Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
For surviving, it's Gary.
The way Gary has helped me in this life.
Gary, if you have like 100 naira, you can still drink Gary. If you have 100 naira, if you take pure water, you are just drinking water. But everybody will borrow you one thing or the other. But Gary is the cheapest, I think.
Well, it's fuel for me because I think fuel is one of the things that drives the economy, everywhere. So, for the economy to move, for productions to take place, for movements or transportation to take place.
Fuel, because I use fuel every day. It's food now.
Football boots, because I'm a footballer and it's very cost and it's hard to see money nowadays as a footballer.
Food, because if people chop, there's no any problem.
From Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones and how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. And I came back, did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with UAC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working. And I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme. And I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from UAC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wale Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social. And currently, I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangbushe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Lincoln Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, right, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I had the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class. Some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They're in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. You know, the variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups want to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, you just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times. And don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that you're not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba, and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, you know, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. You know, even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In the heart of West Africa, where the Atlantic Ocean meets vibrant coastlines and cultural richness, lies a country that has long served as a bridge between tradition and modernity. Welcome to the Republic of Senegal. From its diverse languages to distinct cuisines and colorful attire, Senegal mirrors the broader identity of West Africa, a region shaped by history, resilience, and remarkable diversity. But among its neighbors, Senegal stands apart in a unique way. Since gaining independence from France in 1960, it has never experienced a military coup, a rarity in the region and a testament to its stable democratic legacy. Its capital, Dakar, hugs the coastline and is home to nearly a third of the country's population, around 5 million people. Though over 90% of Senegalese identify as Muslim, the nation's first president, Léopold Sédar Senghor, was a Catholic. A poet and philosopher, Senghor played a pivotal role in post-colonial West Africa, founding the Federal Assembly after France's withdrawal. French remains the official language, a legacy of colonization, but it's Wolof, the voice of the streets, that rings loudest in the markets, homes, and music of Senegal. Economically, Senegal thrives on two pillars: peanuts and fish, with nearly 40% of its arable land dedicated to peanut cultivation and its strategic coastal location fueling a robust fishing industry. Agriculture and maritime life shape much of its economy and daily rhythms. Senegal's culinary culture is just as iconic, from fiebondien, the beloved rice and fish dish, to the zesty yassa of marinated chicken or fish flavor tells a story. And in between meals, locals sip on national drinks made from natural sources like boye, the sweet nectar from the baobab fruit. Wander the streets and you will likely spot sheep and goats roaming freely, not as strays, but as symbols. During the Muslim festival at Tabaski, male sheep are offered as spiritual sacrifices, a deeply rooted tradition tied in faith and family. While football reigns across the continent in Senegal, a traditional form of wrestling called lamb shares the spotlight and sometimes steals it. Considered a national sport, lamb draws crowds of over 70,000 during major bouts, with a mix of athleticism, rituals, and roaring support from devoted fans. But Senegal's legacy runs deeper than sport or tradition. It is home to some of Africa's most symbolic landmarks. The Great Mosque of Touba, the largest in Africa, towers over the faithful. The Africa Renaissance Monument in Dakar stands at 49 meters high, Africa's tallest statue. And on Gorée Island, history echoes through the door of no return, the final passage for enslaved Africans during the transatlantic slave trade. Senegal is proudly home to 7 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. From Gorée's sorrowful legacy to the rich biodiversity of Juge Bird Sanctuary and Niokolo Koba National Park, from the colonial charm of St. Louis Island to the cultural landscapes of Bassari Country, and from the unique Salom Delta to the ancient stone circles of Senegambia, the land is a living museum. Add to that the dazzling pink lake, whose waters shimmer rose-hued during the dry season, and the car's revered surfing coastline, and it becomes clear. Senegal is a country of rhythm, resilience, and unmatched beauty. This is Senegal, the doorway to West Africa, where culture, history, and spirit converge to welcome the world. Chiki Okolo, SOUQ News TV.
Protect your heart health daily, because every heartbeat counts literally. Hello, my name is Emmanuel Lise, and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Let's talk about your heart, the tireless engine that keeps you alive. Most heart diseases are preventable through daily habits, not just medication. Eat for your heart. Choose foods rich in fiber like oats, beans, and vegetables. Use healthy fat from olive oil, avocados, and fish. Limit salt, sugar, and trans fats. Distress your arteries. Move every day. Even 30 minutes of brisk walking improves blood flow and lowers cholesterol. Your heart loves movement more than marathons. Quit smoking. Cut alcohol. Tobacco and excessive alcohol damage your heart's lining and blood vessels. There is no safe level of smoking. Quit early, live longer. Manage stress. Chronic stress raises blood pressure. Practice deep breathing instead. Stay connected with loved ones and rest well. In summary, your heart responds to how you live, not just how you treat it. Feed it well, move often, and rest deeply, and love fully. I'm Emmanuel Lise, and this is Protect Your Heart. Protect Your Heart is the rhythm of your life.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
The bank was totally gone.
So there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said, we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other. And I'm happy that many years down the line, we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was starting. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So we the oppressors in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired the distressed financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, if you have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. People want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos.
I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well.
Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely adjured as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite, I think I would say that I like to jog on the sport. I love yoga, as you said.
Yeah.
But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planting.
Tony is not just a champion in the backyard. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not so. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of US Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
In a land surrounded by desert, a single river gave rise to power, wealth, and one of the earliest states in history. This is ancient Egypt, Africa's first great economic and political system. Ancient Egyptians called their land Kemet, the Black Land, a reference to the fertile soils of the now floods plain. Beyond it lay the Desert, the Red Land, the desert stretching east and west, and the Nile itself, they simply called it the river, a narrow strip of life in a vast, unforgiving landscape. To outsiders, Egypt's dependence on the Nile was unmistakable. The Greek historians Herodotus described this as the gift of the Nile. Without the river, there was no agriculture, no surplus, no state. At the center of the system was the ruler, the pharaoh, a term derived from pharaoh, meaning great house, referring to royal palace. This was not just leadership, it was structured authority tied to land, production, and control. One of the earliest organized systems of governance on the African continent. Even the name Egypt tells a story of interaction. Later, Arab rulers would call it Masra, a civilization shaped internally but named and reinterpreted by outsiders over time. What made Egypt powerful was not just the presence of the Nile, but the ability to organize around it. Seasonal floods meant predictable agriculture, food production, population stability. From this game structure, labor systems, and long-term planning, the lesson is not about the river. It is about control, coordination, and the use of resources. Across Africa today, resources are abundant, but outcomes depend on how they are managed. Because from the very beginning, Africa's story has never just been about what it has, but what it does with it. Here's the Nile Corridor, the narrow stretch of fertile land surrounded by desert where this civilization took shape.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Cashcraft. I am Grace Komalafe. Today I have for you something that really looks ordinary, but it's more than how some people perceive it. This isn't just news, it's a wake-up call, a signal, especially if you live in or near Kayama, Kwara State, or you have any connection to the north-central zone of Nigeria. According to reports, the Kwara State Shell Butter Factory in Kayama is projected to create 10,000 direct and indirect jobs, officially confirmed by the Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Afiz Alabi. Now, this news isn't meant to bore you. It's a flashlight revealing something you need to tap into. Don't sleep on Shell Butter, and you ask me why. That's because this is not just a skincare ingredient. It is a multi-million-dollar global commodity, and it starts from the word Shell 3. Shell butter is a natural fat extracted from the nut of the African Shell 3, Vitellaria paradoxa, native to the savanna belt of West Africa. It's rich in vitamins A and E, packed with essential fatty acids, and used in skincare and cosmetics, cream, balms, soaps, hair products, pharmaceuticals, chocolate industry as cocoa butter substitute. From Africa to America, France to Japan, shea butter is in demand. A metric ton of raw shea butters can fetch around 350,000 to 500,000 naira, depending on quality and volume. Processed butter can go for about 2,500 to 4,000 naira per kilo locally and higher when exported. In global markets, refined organic shea butter is gold, trading at $4 to $10 per pound, depending on certification. Nigeria is the world's largest producer of shea nuts, yet we are not making nearly enough from it yet. Are you still thinking it's a job not fit for you? Perhaps that's pride. Yeah, but here is the reality. Anyone can go into this, male or female, young or old, educated or not. It's not about the job title. It's about your operational model. Now let's take a look at ways to tap into the shea butter business. 1. Shea nut collection and selling. If you live near wild shea trees, you can gather and sell nuts in bulk to processors or exporters. 2. Local processing and packaging. With basic training and equipment, you can extract and sell raw shea butter to traders, beauty salons, or markets. 3. Skincare line startup. Infuse shea butter into soaps, body butters, hair food, lip balms, brand it, sell online or offline. Let's go to 4. If you are thinking export, then join cooperatives or secure necessary certifications like NOP Organic, Fair Trade, or EcoSat to export high-value shea butter. Now we move to 5, value chain services. Offer drying, logistics, aggregation, quality testing, or training services in rural communities. If you are in Kwara and ignoring this, then you are sleeping on what could become your ticket out of poverty or your ladder to wealth. Kayama is becoming a hub, and the government is backing it with infrastructure and policy support. So why miss out? While this is not a professional advice, remember to do these things to get started. 1. Join a share producer cooperative. Example, National Share Products Association of Nigeria. You can search for a whole lot of them. Attend local trainings, workshops, often supported by NGOs and donor agencies. Start small. Even with 50,000 to 100,000 naira, you can begin processing locally, packaging neatly, label professionally, even if you're selling on Instagram. Now, research export guides from NEPC, Nigerian Export Promotion Council. The Kayama Shell Butter Factory is only one part of the story. You are the next chapter. Don't let ignorance or pride rob you of this golden opportunity. Whether it's as a collector, a processor, or a brand owner, shea butter is calling. Will you answer? That's it on Cashcraft, where we turn everyday ideas into smart business moves. I am Grace Komolafe, helping you start up your day and making it count. Bye.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city. It is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun near Ile-Ife revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakan and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Ooni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
for surviving is Gary.
The way Gary has helped me in this life.
Gary, if you have like 100 naira, you can still drink Gary. If you have 100 naira, if you take pure water, you are just drinking water. But everybody will say borrow you one thing or the other. But Gary is the cheapest, I think.
Well, it's fuel for me because I think fuel is one of the things that drives the economy, everywhere. So, for the economy to move, for productions to take place, for movements or transportation to take place.
Fuel, because I use fuel every day. It's food now.
Football boots. Because I'm a footballer and it's very cost and it's hard to see money nowadays as a footballer.
Food. Because if people chop, there's no any problem.
Welcome to Cash Crafts. My name is Grace Komolafe. In Nigeria's agro space, palm kernel oil, PKO, is an underrated cash cow, quiet, consistent, and massively profitable. Known for its wide use in the cosmetics, pharmaceutical, and food industries, PKO is extracted from palm kernels and is in the high demand, both locally and internationally. What makes this venture truly attractive is its accessibility. With Nigeria being one of the largest producers of oil palm in the world, palm kernels are readily available, especially in states like Ondo, Edo, Imo, Delta, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom. And here is the kicker: nothing goes to waste. After extracting the oil, the cake left behind is sold as livestock feed. The shell, it fuels boilers or is sold to ceramic and brick industries. Every part of the process holds value. So, what makes PKO processing a powerful cash craft? High return on investment. You can process 1 ton of palm kernel to yield up to 400 liters of oil. Multiply that by market price, and you are looking at solid margins. Market demand. Soap manufacturers, beauty brands, bakeries, and exporters are always on the lookout for quality PKO. Side streams. Yes, palm kernel cake, PKC, is in demand in animal feed markets, and palm shell has commercial fuel value. Scalable startup. Begin with a mini expeller, 800 to 1.5 million naira, and scale as profits grow. If you're ready to dive in, here is what to consider. 1. The final role in the value chain. Processor. Now buy kernels, extract oil, and sell to local or industrial buyers. Again, broker, marketers. Link processors with big buyers. Earn by volume. Aggregator. Buy in bulk from rural producers. Clean and resell to processors. Moving to number 2. Set up your production. Machinery needed. That includes cracker, separator, kernel oil expeller, filter press. Yes, you need power source, diesel or electric motors. Just know your local power availability. Now, factory location. That's very important. Set up near kernel supply regions to reduce logistic costs. Now we go to 3. Get quality supply and handle storage. Buy dry, well-preserved kernels. Avoid muddy or sour-smelling ones. Store in clean. Keep sacks away from moisture. And we'll move to 4. Connect with buyers. Yes, you will need to connect with beauty and skincare industries. Shell butter plus PKO is equal to good. Also locate soap factories and bakeries. Now, sell via online platforms. You can connect to exporters.ng and B2B portals. We go to 5. Understand regulations and packaging. Ensure hygienic NAFDAC compliance packaging if selling to food and beauty firms. Learn the rules for local transportation or export standards. And finally, palm kernel oil processing is a low noise, high profit business with deep roots in Nigeria's agricultural economy. With the right tools, connections, and product quality, you could turn this natural resource into a thriving year-round business. I am Grace Komolafe. This isn't expert advice, but it's a wake-up call. Don't just think, do it. In this business, your vision, precision, and consistency will bring you the cash craft you seek. I'll see you again.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My hello,